I think it's on my desktop. Okay, type yo. Type yo. Type that. Activate both of those. Yee. All right, that presidential debate coming in hot, boys, coming in hot. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Says I voted. Yeah, sure. Sure. All right, so that boy's in the Grim. Get that arena skirmish. I guess I can't leave the group. Do. Do. So let me log out because I don't know what that's about. Memory taking up a decent hike. I just want to test to see what happens when I hit the record button. This should spike up the GPU. But it doesn't because it's already... Okay. Okay. Okay, valid. Does not spike up the GPU. Doesn't spike up anything, really. Okay. Okay! Jenny, you know it. You know it. Even know it. Tell your money but the pain. The debate's coming.
Communication initiated.
Is your query crucial? Cycles are short.
Ooh, and rated arenas.
Conversation terminated. Please say.
What is the reward? Season reward, Vicious Skyflare. Vicious Skyflare. All right, let's look at that. Fuck is my thing? Shift P. Mounts. That's the mount? Dragonflight Season 1, Dragon War Within Season 1, Shadowland Season 1. Dragonflight Season 4. Season 3. 1, 3. You got a pig? That's not bad. Dragonflight Season 4. She ain't even know it. You know it. You already know that debate better be popping, Brad.
Oh my god, you already know.
I gotta milk this content, bro. I gotta put this shit on YouTube. You ain't even know it. Do 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 do. Hey, first arena match, first dub.
I need a target. I need to target something first.
Little light work ski. About to get fully geared in no time. About to be light. What time that should start, Brad? At 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What is it, an hour or 30 minutes? I forget. Is
What's up?
it an hour long or is it 30 minutes long?
It's an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
An hour.
How are we gonna do this?
What happened?
Oh,
My
can we
audio just
collaborate?
disappeared. Hold on, Brad. I can't hear you anymore. One sec. Ian, know it. Ian, know it. Playback. Voice meter.
Gosh, this shit's been crazy. I can hear you.
Dun, dun. Damn. Do I gotta restart my shit?
Oh, shit.
Gotta go up, down. Wait, Brad, can you hear me? I can't tell.
Yeah.
Alright, I saw you speak, so maybe I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Change system
Can you hear me?
sounds. Playback. Hello, 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 hello.
Han, can
Hello,
you hear me?
hello, hello. Default. That is default. God damn it. I gotta restart my shit, Brad. I'll be right back. BRB.
in between. Catching up on sleep during the weekend could be good for your heart.
Non-alcoholic bars are popping up in a growing number of cities. That's the spirit.
America This Morning
America's #1 early morning news.
on ABC News Live.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing
I'm
it
back.
from the
Got this shit
inside,
fixed. I don't know what
the
the
Brat
fuck
Pack was
happened.
something very different.
The critics agree.
Hated the Brat Pack. What a
Do, 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 do. Oh, all right. Can you hear me, Brad?
Yeah,
Okay, we're good.
but
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'll be right back, Brad. I'm gonna play some 2v2s with Evan real quick, but I'm gonna hop in his Discord channel.
alright.
Hello?
At this time, at this time.
The glad dream has arrived.
Dude, I don't know about you, but these guys,
Nothing
these guys
can
fucking
stop
suck.
us.
Yeah, suck titties.
Whoa. Whoa,
Yeah.
brother man. You better calm down there. Oh, we lost this one already. That's crazy.
Oh, they got a healer? No, it's a tank.
That's
Nah, it's
a tank,
easy.
brother.
It's easy. I've been pumping, dude. I just did 10 million in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Just wait.
What you pumping? Pumping your dad, bitch.
Shit's about to go
Fucking
crazy
asshole.
stupid.
Are we
Crazy
playing?
stupid.
Are we playing comp?
Yeah, yes, comp. Hit that
I
great
got crazy gear,
invis.
dude.
Hit that crazy invis. Crank him. Alright. Oh yeah, we're definitely going for that warrior. Poly in the sky. Poly in the sky. Hitting the pallet. Yes, sir.
Run.
Don't worry, I'm chilling, I'm chilling, I'm chilling. still chilling. Little time warp back. Ice and blocking. Ice and blocking. One guy's really low though.
Frozen?
Dead? Easy peasy, boy. Stunned.
Freezing
Dragon
for you?
Ball. I'm dead, but you got this. Nice. Nice. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good little displacement. Ah, he's vivifying. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Keep that distance. Nice. Good cold snap. Oh, but your ice block doesn't heal you.
Them is dead. This shit's retarded. There's no place for these motherfuckers to be in PvP.
Now you got it, you got it, you got it. Just keep that distance.
I can't.
You got Ring of Frost, or are you rocking the other one?
Rock on the other one. That's so retarded.
Damn. Boo doo doo doo.
Well, we can win though. At least we know that.
Sir. We can do it.
I hope you guys win.
Thanks, man.
Favorite PvPers.
Wow,
Are you guys watching the debate?
No.
Hell no.
I'm about to watch it with Brad. I'm about to get Brad's opinion live on stream.
Oh gosh.
That's starting in
You
like
gotta be
3 minutes.
Them, bro.
Alright, I'm about to pull out all the cards.
Just ask the dumbest questions.
I think we go Rhett here, don't we? Rhett until he bubbles, and then we just go full on lock. Oh, I can hit the ready button.
You gonna be ready?
I'm ready. Do. Time to turn it up. Oh, 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 oh.
I'm playing Ring of Frost now.
Okay.
Wanna
Yeah,
Ring
let's
of
go.
Frost
Let's
both of
go. Yeah.
Left
I'm
and
gonna go
right?
in. I'm gonna go. Yeah, left. I'm gonna go. Block out, and then when they TP, I'll freeze them. Oh, nice, nice, nice. And we just wait for this guy to bubble. Go on lock real quick.
Why are we dead?
Ooh, I can't block. Frost lock. Damn. Nice. Start eating them cookies. Yeah. How many's coming around? Yeah, just don't let him reapply them dots. Oh, he's coming around. Oh, he's coming, he's coming. He turned, he turned, he turned. He turned back. Nice. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's on his mount. He is booking it. All right, he dotted. I think you just fight this now. Oh yeah, reset those cooldowns. And that soul
I
rock
think I'm
does
dead.
damage.
Why is he not using his gate?
Tis a good question.
Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, I need to level my Warlock, dude. Warlock,
Why did we take it as
mage
an
sounds
offense?
broken.
I'm not gonna say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
Was he playing Affliction?
Yeah, Affliction's like really, really good right now.
Yeah.
And with Frost Mage, you can just CC them and fear them to death.
Ooh, damn. All right, last one before I hop to the debate.
Good luck, Nazi.
Preservation. Oh, twos. I forgot.
Shocking. My stomach just dropped.
I like the lever thing that they put.
So, I did. Betrayal, a father's secret, we all knew Caesar on.
I keep leveling my lock, dude. And then we can get shit started.
Yes, sir.
I learned that you can transfer honor now, so it's better just to play PvP on one character, get all your honor through that, and then just transfer it all.
Oh. Wait, you can transfer honor? Is that like a Warbound thing? Or Warband thing?
Yep.
Oh shit,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh, I'm about to just start
Pretty
farming it
OP.
on the one guy that I max out. Because otherwise that
Yeah.
just goes to waste. Oh yeah, I like that.
I think we need to utilize sheeps more.
Ollie Moore?
Sheep in this man. Out of range.
The candidates are just off the stage, ready to walk out. They are in the just minutes from making that walk. Martha, you have been backstage at this moment. Well, it's stressful, but it's also you just say this is done. Candidates right now. They're gonna go out.
I'm polying the healer.
Oh, I'm DPSing him.
Oh.
I'm dead.
Chrono Flames.
Yeah, apparently preservation's like broken. From what I've heard, it's probably gonna get nerfed into the ground, honestly. Does insane healing.
Yeah, 18 mil. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, one more.
One more.
Dude, they're already talking. Hurry up.
Are they actually? Must be delayed.
I don't know. It's 9:00.
I don't know.
Oh, 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Oh wait, I'm
We
delayed.
got time.
I don't know if that's accurate, actually.
In his direction, and that'll be the key to how he performs tonight.
And you and I were talking, you helped prepare him for those 2016 debates against Hillary Clinton. He told you that he had respect for Hillary Clinton, that Hillary Clinton was smart.
Maybe I level my rogue. That's another option.
What about Kamala Harris? We hear not the same.
Well, certainly he's not saying that publicly in any way, and I can tell you that.
I don't know. I need something to play with this, so we don't have to play double mage.
Double,
Something to apply
double.
pressure.
Prep sessions that we had with him.
So we go Feral.
Smart, that she was a good debater, that she was not to be taken lightly. And I don't think there was ever a moment in 20.
If you can freeze, if you can freeze, oh, they're both gonna be stealth too, though.
I do think he put Joe Biden
Shit.
Yo, Cal Stevenson coming up big with a.
Why don't you bait and then I can stun them all?
Okay, I'm gonna bait middle.
on what Joe Biden might or might not do in that first debate.
Unless I run into him.
And I think his performance in part reflected that.
Alright, I'm gonna bait middle.
So the
I'm
question's
coming out.
going to be, is what he's saying publicly what he really believes? We know Donald Trump, that's performance.
I'm out
But
too.
I will tell you that in his 2016 prep, he was serious about getting ready for Hillary Clinton. In his 2020 debate prep, he was completely unserious about getting ready for Joe Biden. I think performances in both
Sapped.
debates reflected that approach.
The openers, maybe.
All right, Chris Christie, you'll be watching with us. Martha?
Got a guy.
I'm blinded. Okay. I'm being overdone.
Yo,
This guy
why
on
did
me.
everyone? Let's go. Everyone's giving Buddy Kennedy Buddy chance, and he hit a fucking RBI single. That's
Nice. I think I'm dead here, perhaps? Yeah, I'm dead. He's dotted, though. Oh, my dot just ended.
And really remind the American people that we don't want to go back to the chaos and the confusion, the disaster that made, of course, the American people go out and vote
Nice
in
meteor.
2020 to fire the former president. Say, I want to be a president that lead all Americans. I want people to-
Beautiful. Good shit.
Here's the plan that I want to share with you.
We did it!
I of course meant Biden. She has to own up to the Biden administration's any mistakes they made too, and Donald Trump is going to go after her on that.
You know, Martha.
Alrighty, my dude. I'll be on right after the debate. Play for another hour after the thing.
Focus on our mistakes. We
I'll be
need to
back.
focus on all of the good things that
I'll
we
catch
do together as Americans. I do believe there is something to say about people who are
Alright, Bradley Wadley. You already know what the fuck going on?
You already know. Turn on the stream.
It's already on.
there's so much
Gotta close this damn game.
from the visits that she's made to
Got that Disney Plus exclusive.
large cities across the country to bring us together. The American people want to be led into the future, not dragged back to another era.
And Reince, I want your thoughts on, you've also prepped Donald Trump for debates back in 2016, I believe. What Donald Trump do you think we'll see tonight?
This shit looks
Can
like
he
delayed.
be disciplined about talking about policy?
Are you watching it on YouTube?
During this debate, but
not
I would like to
ABC.
let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Oh, it's live on
I
YouTube,
would love
though.
to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us.
Wait,
Donald
on-
Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression.
Oh, wait, it's
Donald
live on
Trump
YouTube. I think
left
my
us
Disney Plus
the
is
worst
behind.
public health epidemic in a century.
Yeah, I'm directly on
Donald
ABC.
Trump left us
Okay.
the
Are they
worst
speaking right now for you?
attack on our democracy
Yeah.
since
Okay.
the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former
It
president
was a
intends on implementing
pandemic.
if he were elected again. I believe very strongly
feel
that
like
the
she's,
American people want a president
using
who
old
understands
cards as well.
She's
Yeah,
trying
I
to
think
blame the
bringing us
pandemic
together when
on
we have
Donald
so much
Trump.
more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be
she's
a
going
president
crazy.
for all Americans.
President Trump will
She's
give you an
crazy.
interview to
She's
respond.
going crazy.
Number
That's
one, I
what-
have
that's
nothing
right.
to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died. has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created
I saw something saying that the statistics were inflated for Biden. That's why I always kept showing the job increase.
Donald Trump has no plan
Yeah,
for
and they've
you.
been reducing it.
And
they're
when you look at
lagging the
his economic
statistics
plan, it's all about
until
tax breaks for the richest people.
like July, I'll say like
I
it
am
went up
offering
100,000,
what
then they'll
I
reduce it to like
describe as
20.
an opportunity economy.
So like
And
you've
the
never
best
seen so many
economists in our
retractions.
country, if not
Like
the
the
world,
finance world has
have
never seen
reviewed
this
our
many
relative
retractions ever.
plans for the future
And
of
during
America.
Trump's administration, it was like
What
they
Goldman
would
Sachs
say like,
has
okay,
said
our economy went
is
up
that Donald
50,000, and then a
Trump's
couple months later it would
would
say,
make
oh,
the
it was
economy
80,000.
worse.
Like they
Mine
were
would strengthen the
underestimating.
economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually
This is what I
has
have a
no
problem
plan
with
for you because
politicians.
he is more interested in defending himself
Make
than he is in
promises
looking out for
that
you.
make sense that you can get through Congress. Like that's the biggest.
I went to the Wharton School of
issue
Finance, and many of those professors, the
is
top
you
professors,
have to get it through
think
the
my plan
House
is a
and
brilliant
Senate.
plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring
And there's
up our,
no
our
way,
worth, our value as a country.
like,
It's going to make people want to
90%
be
of our
able
stuff
to
gets
go
through
and work
Congress.
and
Yeah.
create jobs.
Like,
and
it would
create
just be a
same with
stalemate.
solid
Same with Project
money for our
2025.
for our country.
Half the stuff they're
And just to
promising or
finish off,
trying to accomplish in that, it
she
probably won't go
doesn't
through.
have a plan. She
Yeah,
copied
and I don't even
Biden's
agree
plan,
with it. Like
and
it's
like four
it's kind of
sentences,
ridiculous some
like
of the shit
run,
that they have in
spot,
there.
Run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales
Trusted,
tax.
why throw
Your
away
proposal
money
calls
for
tariffs,
Israel,
as
so
you
why
pointed
not?
out here, on foreign
I
imports
know, I
across
saw
the board.
that.
You
I
recently
said-
said that you might double your
mean,
plan, imposing
I agree
tariffs up
with
to
them. Like, we're
20% on
funding
goods
Ukraine,
coming into
we're
this
funding
country.
Israel.
As you know, many
What they're
economists
literally
say
doing-
that
I'll
with
tell you
tariffs at
exactly
that
what they're
level,
doing.
costs are then passed on to
They're
the consumer. Vice
giving
President
away
Harris has
old
argued
weapons
it'll
that
mean
just
higher
been in
prices on
storage
gas,
for years,
food, clothing,
and then
medication,
giving the
arguing it
money
costs
that's
the typical
passing through
family nearly
Congress and funding
$4,000 a
the
year. Do
military
you believe
industrial
Americans
complex.
can afford higher
And
prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher
They're using it
prices.
to
What's
develop
gonna
new
have-
weapons.
And who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration.
See what they say about this.
We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else.
That's true.
The people of our country are absolutely
bacon getting
dying
expensive.
with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out. when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies.
I wonder if
focusing
Kamala
on
Harris has an
investing in
earpiece on the other ear, so we can't see it. So somebody's out there telling her
I
what to
literally
say.
was just gonna say something like that.
I feel like that one side of her hair is kind of covered over there.
To do to support America's workforce.
Yeah, you can't say anything though,
so that
because
we don't end up
they'll say
having
he's sexist.
on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought the chips from Taiwan.
American
we hardly
chips to
make
China?
chips
No.
anymore because of
American chip
philosophies
manufacturers
like they have
sold
and
to China.
policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no
Trump
policy.
doesn't sell
Everything
chips to
that she
China.
believed
That's like
3 years
stupid
ago
as
and
fuck
4
to
years
say.
ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy.
I think
now. In
Alex
fact,
is trying
I
to
was
say
gonna
he
send
sold
her
the
a MAGA
business.
hat. She's gone to my philosophy.
No,
Instead of us
he didn't
making
tell
it
you
here.
that.
Never got elected.
No,
She changed
he's
it.
saying
all he
sword as
did
in like
was-
as in like
Be
folding.
the end of our
Sword as in
country.
folding. I think
She's
is what
a
he's trying to say.
Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist.
Nah, he
Her
allowed it
father's
to
a
happen,
Marxist
but it wasn't
professor in
like top of the
economics,
line
and
chips.
he taught her well.
I don't think you
But when
understand,
look
bro.
They're
at
not.
what
They're
she's
not
done
allowed.
to
We're not
our
allowed to give
country,
them.
and
Like
when you look
Nvidia
at these
can't give them their
millions and
H100
millions of
chips.
people that are
No,
pouring
Brad.
into
He's
our
trying to say
country
sold
monthly,
as in like yo,
where
you
I
sold
believe
as in like
21
you
million
folded or
people,
like
not
you.
the 15
gotcha,
that
gotcha.
people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you.
What the fuck is she doing?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often
She's listening.
touted that you were
She's being
able to
astute.
kill Roe v.
She's being an
Wade.
observer.
Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they
This might be
have
his weakest
abortion
point.
in the 9th month. They
This will get
even have, and
interesting.
you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's an execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states.
Oh, he meant
and
Virginia.
through the genius and
I forget
heart
his
and
guy's
strength
name, but he's
of
right.
6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan
Can't
did
think of his
also.
name.
85% of Republicans do.
But
Exceptions.
it's Glenn
Very
Youngkin
important.
now as the
But we were
governor
able
of
to get it,
Virginia.
and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care in one
like
state
he dyed
that
his hair
provides prison
dark.
for life.
Don't you think?
Trump
Yeah, a little
abortion
bit.
bans that make
Might
no
just be the
exception
angle
even for
of
rape
the
and
lighting.
incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a
Wait, what is this
crime of
Trump
violation
abortion ban,
to their
though?
body does not have the right to make a decision
Trump
about what
abortion
happens
ban?
to their
What
body
she's
next.
mentioning,
That
she
is
said that there's
immoral.
some states with the Trump abortion
And
ban in
one
place.
does not have to abandon their faith.
No, he never put
or
anything in
deeply
place.
held
In fact, he
beliefs
said he
to
would ban
agree.
anything that
the
abortion
government and Donald Trump
tried to
certainly
pass
should
through
not be
Congress.
telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term,
They're talking about
suffering from a
Alabama.
miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's
I mean, you're
bleeding
gonna
out in her
have
car in the parking lot.
if you're gonna bring
She
up
didn't want
Alabama, you
that.
got to bring up
Her
like
husband didn't want
California.
that.
California
A 12 or
allows abortion
13-year-old
up to the 9th
survivor of
month.
incest
Yeah.
Like,
being forced
you're
to
gonna
carry
have your
a pregnancy
extremes.
to term.
Right.
They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade,
Oh,
as
there it
President
is.
of the
That's her
United States,
tagline.
I will proudly
Roe v.
sign
Wade.
it into law. But
Gotta
understand,
whip out the
if Donald
gotta whip
Trump
out the
were
Trump
to
card.
be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national
See, but she keeps
abortion,
associating him to
monitor
Project
that would be
2025, in which he's
monitoring
already
your
stated that he's
pregnancies,
not
your
part of.
miscarriages. I
Yeah.
think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought
Dude,
back.
this is where
into
I have
the
a problem
states,
with her.
and the states
That would
are
never
voting.
pass
And it may
Congress.
take a little
Right.
time. But for
They
52
need
years,
75
this issue
votes
has
to pass an
torn
amendment.
our country apart.
That's
And
the
they
only
wanted
reason why it was
back
in law
the
is because the
states. And I
Supreme
did
Court
something
ruled
that
on it, and
nobody
it was the
thought
final say.
possible.
Right.
The
It was
states
never
are now
law
voting.
in Congress.
What she says is an absolute lie.
Biden said he was going
And
to do
as
it.
far as the abortion
Obama said he
ban,
was going to do
no, I'm not in favor
Clinton
of abortion
said he
ban,
was gonna
but
do
it
it.
doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated?
That's
and
true.
It ended up being a total catastrophe.
This man.
The student loans, and
Boy,
then
how long
her,
does
I
it
think
fuck?
probably
Wait,
her boss.
oh, I got 26
If you
viewers?
call him a boss,
God.
he spends all his
Damn,
time on the
how's
beach.
everyone doing
But look,
tonight?
her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different
said
way.
that?
And he went out, got rejected
Alex.
again by the Supreme
dumb
Court.
bitch.
So all these
Or
students
Macho
got
Joint. Yeah, he a dumb
taunted
bitch.
with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been
There it
part
is.
of the reason
See, he-
they lost.
Yep.
To
He said he
the
never-
millions
she would
and
never get
millions
the
of
vote,
people
right
that
there.
had to pay off their
That's
student
the most
loans.
truthful thing
They
he'll
didn't
say
get it
all
for
night.
free. But
I
they
think
were
we're- I
saying
think you're
it's the
behind
same
on me.
way that
He's already
they talk
talking about the student
that,
loans.
That they talk about abortion.
Oh, I might
But
be.
if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all
Oh, there.
fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was
what are my
speaking for
thoughts
me,
so
but
far?
I really didn't. Look, We don't have to discuss
If
it.
Trump
because
is saying
what
the
are your
truth,
thoughts?
never be able to
if
get
Trump's
it, just
just
like
saying
she
the truth
couldn't
right now,
get
because he
student
said
loans, they
J.D.
couldn't get
Vance
student
also
loans, they
stated
didn't
that they
even
would
come
veto
close
the
to getting
abortion
student
ban.
loans. They taunted
Yeah,
people.
But then
they
now
would.
Trump's
He-
saying
he
that he
said
wouldn't.
yesterday in a
People that had
podcast.
loans.
Right. But Trump's
They can
saying he
never
wouldn't.
get
But now they're
this
saying
approved.
now
So
they're
it doesn't matter what she says about
combating
going to
their
Congress. So wonderful.
their
Let's go to
interests right here.
Congress, do
So I
it.
don't know what exactly
No,
the truth
is
is.
that for years they wanted
He's
to get it out
saying
of Congress
if
and out of the
Congress,
federal
like the
government,
Republican
and we did
Congress, tried to
something
pass
that
like a
everybody said
6-week
couldn't be
ban,
done. And
he
now
would veto
you
it.
have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions
Oh,
on
here
a
it
woman's
is.
right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women.
Wait, they're being
who
denied
work in
IVF
one or
treatments?
2 jobs, who can barely
In
afford
Alabama,
child
it's
care
so
as
wrong.
it is, have to
Oh, I
travel
didn't know
to
that.
another state to get on a plane
Yeah, and he said it's
sitting
wrong
next to
too.
strangers
And he said the
to
government.
go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people
She's
of
really playing
America
the woman card
have not,
today.
the majority of Americans believe in a woman's
She's
right to
backing
make
up her
decisions
audience.
about her own body. And
Yeah,
that is why
that's exactly right.
in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her
Why-
that question?
why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question, would you
because
veto?
under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question, would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of
Is this
Virginia
true?
said we put the baby aside and
What?
then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
About
We're
the
gonna turn now
doctor
to
saying they could
immigration
put the
and
baby
border
aside and
security. We
they'll
know it's
decide
an
what to
issue
do with
that's
the
important
baby.
to Republicans, Democrats, voters
Yeah.
across the board in
So
this
they're
country.
actually giving an
Vice President
abortion
Harris,
to a
you were
born
tasked by
child.
President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America.
I don't think that's true.
We know that illegal
I've
border
not heard
crossings
anything of
reached
that.
a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until
Yeah, a
6
doctor
months
actually
before the
gave
election to act?
a
And would you have done anything differently
a
from President
doctor
Biden on
who
this?
So I'm the only person on this
performs
stage
abortions
who has
went to Congress
prosecuted
and showed
transnational
what
criminal
a
organizations
8-month
for the trafficking
abortion
of guns,
entails.
drugs,
I don't know
and
about
human beings.
after
And let me
being born.
say that the United States
I think it
Congress,
happened like
including
once or
some of the most
twice, and
conservative members of the
he
United
saw
States
the
Senate,
example.
came
I don't
up
think
with
it's
a
happening
border
as often as
security
they're
bill,
portraying,
which I supported.
but it definitely did happen.
And that bill would have put 1,500 more border
In fact, they
agents
found
on
a
the border
baby in
to
a
help
trash
those
can,
folks who
and
are
the
working
doctor
there
was
right
arrested.
now overtime trying to do
Shit,
their
I didn't know
job.
that.
It would have allowed
one,
us
you know
to
what I mean?
stem
Like
the
one.
flow of fentanyl
Right.
coming into the
Trev,
United States.
since when?
I
Since
know
when
there's
what?
so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational
No one is
criminal
getting 8 or 9
organizations
month
for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human
9-month
beings. But you know what
abortion,
happened to
I
that
don't
bill?
think it's high. I think
Donald
it's like
Trump got
less
on
than
the phone, called
percent.
up some folks in
8th,
Congress and
7th and
said,
8th
kill
months
the
more
bill. And you know
common.
why? Because he
I think the
preferred to
most
run
is
on a
between
problem
4 and
instead of
6.
fixing a problem. And understand.
I mean, I don't
this
know why they
comes
just can't
at a
cut it in the
time
middle and say
where
5 months.
The people
Like,
of our country
like, what's your
actually
thoughts on
need
that,
a
Alejandro?
leader
Like, if you
who
can't
engages
decide
in
if you want to keep the baby
solutions,
within 5
who
months,
actually addresses the problems
Now,
at hand.
if the
But
mother's
what we
health is
have
at
in the
risk, if
former
the
president
baby,
is someone who would
or
prefer
like
to run on
anything
a
that
problem
comes into the
instead of
health
fixing a problem.
endangerment, I
And I'll
get
tell
it.
you something.
Like,
He's
if
going
a
to talk
40-year-old
about
woman
immigration a
gets
lot tonight,
pregnant
even
and
when
her
it's not the
life's
subject
in
that is being
danger,
raised. And
you
I'm
gotta
going to
keep the
actually
woman
do
alive.
something really unusual.
I
I'm
get it.
going
I
to
get
invite
that.
you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies
the windmills
early
killed the American
out of
eagle.
exhaustion and boredom.
Yeah,
And I will tell you, the one
they
thing
kill
you will not
birds
hear him
pretty
talk
a
about
lot.
is you. You will not hear
If
him
you
talk
look
about
underneath
your
windmills,
needs, your
you don't
dreams,
see a
your
lot of
work,
dead
and your
birds.
desires.
Since when do
And I'll tell you, I
windmills
believe
give cancer?
You deserve a
When did
president
that
who
Oh, I don't
actually
know
puts
about
you
that.
first. And I pledge to
I
you
don't know
that I
about
will.
that.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that
I did
point,
hear
wanna
about
get your
birds
response.
being
would
killed.
like
It
to
was like in the
respond.
Let me
Wall
just
Street
ask though,
Journal.
why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's busing them in and paying them to be there and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the
This
biggest
eye
rallies,
roll.
the most incredible rallies in the history of politics.
The Kamala
That people
stance is
want
going
to take
crazy.
their country back. Our
What's
country
up?
is being
The Kamala
lost. We're a
stance right now is
failing
going
nation.
crazy.
And it happened 3.5 years
Yeah.
ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating They're eating the pets
shit, I just
of the
realized.
people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far
Okay,
as
I also have not heard-
rallies are
they're
concerned,
eating
as
dogs
far
and
as-
cats?
The reason they go is they
Okay,
like
I haven't heard of
Yeah,
this
you didn't
either.
see that?
Bring
I didn't see
our
this at
country
all.
back. They
Where was
wanna
this?
Make America great
Did you
again.
say
Someone
Aurora?
took tongs.
Make America
Someone
great
took
again.
tongs and
She's
kept
destroying
a
this
cat
country.
over a
And if she
stove
becomes
and cooked it.
president, this country
Where
doesn't
was
have
this?
a chance of success.
In
Not only success,
Ohio,
we'll
dude,
end
it
up
was
being
trending, and then
Venezuela on
a Haitian
steroids.
national
I just
literally
want to clarify here. You bring up
shot a
Springfield,
geese.
Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city
Well, a
manager
geese is
there.
different.
He
A
told us
fucking cat or
there have
dog?
been no
That-
credible
I have
reports
not heard of that
specifically
at
at
all.
all.
Memes
Harmed,
all
injured, or
day.
abused by individuals.
Today?
It was
in the
hilarious.
community also.
Let me send it to you.
I didn't see this at all.
This is
The people on television say my dog was taken and
You need to
used
stop
for
with this
food.
rally.
So
Yeah, I agree
maybe
with
he
you.
said that,
He's-
and maybe
he's
that's a good
dragging
thing
on.
to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But the
television.
people
I'm
on
taking it from the
television
city
saying their
manager.
That's why every
was
all
eaten
day
by
it's been cats
people
with
that went
MAGA
there.
hats on.
Again, the Springfield
'Cause
city
they
manager
said
says there's
cats
no
make
evidence
this,
of that. Vice
we'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask
He said,
people
yo, this
who
fool
have
talking
worked
about
with
my
him.
kind like that?
His former chief
Alex
of
is
staff, a
cooking them
four-star
right
general,
over the
has said
stovetop.
he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit.
He said for the culture.
His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Yeah, I think we're all
Thank
delayed.
you,
I think Brad's
because
behind me as well.
When I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else, can they? But They have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to
All right,
your
let's get to this
deportation,
immigration topic.
Proposal that the vice
There we
president
go.
has reacted to as well. President Trump, you called
This
this
is where
the
she's gonna
largest
get
domestic
roasted.
deportation
He
operation
started
in the
the
history of our
Afghanistan
country. You say
pull-up.
you would use
Yeah,
the
that is
National
true.
Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have
But the ending
no
was
problem
really
using
bad.
the U.S.
You're right,
military.
he did start it.
You also said you would use local
I think there was like
police.
2,000 left.
How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah. It is much higher
Door-to-door
because of
approach.
them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States.
She's writing down
and
notes like,
told
damn, did we do
by
that?
Their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been
Joe Biden got
anything
more
done
votes
like
than him
this
last
at all.
time. He
They've
said
destroyed
sitting,
the fabric
president.
of our country. Millions of people
But yes, he
let
did get
in,
more
and
votes.
all over the world. Crime is down all over
I
the
don't
world
understand
except
that
here.
point, though, that he
Crime
made.
here is up and through the roof,
cool.
despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof, and we have a new form
didn't
of crime.
understand,
It's called
Trev, that
migrant
comment by
crime,
him.
and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is
I
actually
thought it
coming
was
down in this
absolutely
country.
crazy,
Excuse me,
Alejandro,
the FBI
that
they were defrauding
for
statements.
3.5 years they
didn't
let in
include
like
the
probably
worst
13
cities.
to 15
they
million
didn't
people,
include the cities
and
with
they
the
said
worst crime. It was a,
they'll never
a
get
fraud,
like
just like
they'll
their
never
number
get
of
this, they'll never get aid,
818,000 jobs
and then
that
they're
they
getting
said they
like
created turned out to be a
$10,000
fraud.
like blank
Trump,
debit
thank you. Why don't you
cards
respond, Vice
in New
President?
York,
Well, I think this is
and
so rich.
giving
Coming
mortgages
from
in
someone who
California
has been
because it's too expensive.
prosecuted
And then
for
Chuck Schumer said the other day, we're going to
national
work to get
security
them to
crimes,
citizenship.
economic
So that's what it was.
crimes,
Everyone,
election
even Elon Musk was
has
like,
been found liable
for 3.5 years,
for sexual assault.
all these people
and
are
his
doing, they're
next
importing these
big
people just for
court
votes.
appearance is in November at his own criminal
That's all it's
sentencing.
about was when it
And
comes
let's
to
be
getting
clear,
to November with the
where
election.
each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page.
To be honest, this wasn't as entertaining as seeing Biden and Trump.
And address the needs
Nah,
of the
that was
American
so
people.
much better.
Address
Come
what
on, now I
we
was
should've
expecting some
streamed that.
content.
about the housing shortage, which
Yeah,
I
we
have a
should've.
plan for. Address what we
Honestly,
must
the
do.
fact
I think
that
we,
this
I
is
think we
boring.
watched it, but we didn't stream
Address
it.
bringing down the price of
Yeah,
groceries.
well, we were texting each other.
But frankly,
Right.
the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election.
President
They're
Trump,
fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again.
Okay.
Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
stop
Harris,
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy.
Yeah, that's true. I think they're painting Trump way worse than he is, and that probably is what led to that bullet to the head.
That went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking.
I mean, they were calling
now
him
you don't.
America's
you wanted
Hitler for
mandatory
what?
government
Right.
buyback
5 straight
programs
years?
for assault
Yep.
weapons. Now
No,
your
since like
campaign
2015.
says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings.
Talking
now
a
you're
decade
taking
almost.
a harder line. I know you say that your values
Crazy.
have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was
Did
the
Trump ban
tie-breaking vote on the
fracking
Inflation Reduction Act,
back in 20
which opened new
He
leases
pushed for more.
fracking.
So Biden was the one that pushed
is that
for banning
we have
it.
got to
Yeah.
invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in
Her main
history
policies have
because of an
completely
approach
flipped.
that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved
She said
and was
she's
able to
gonna
buy
ban
our first
fracking.
home when I was a teenager.
In fact, there's
The
literally
values I
a
bring
video.
to the
They
importance
said,
of home ownership,
raise
knowing
your
not
hand if
everybody
you
got
would ban
handed
fracking, and
$400 million
everyone on
a
stage
silver
rose
platter
their
and then
hand.
filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring
And
to
now
my
she's
work
for
to
fracking.
say we are going to work with the private
Well,
sector
because
and
she's in
home
a
builders
state that's
to
heavy in
increase
it.
3 million homes, increase
She's
by
got
3 million
whoever
homes by
wins
the end of my first
Pennsylvania
term.
has a
My
real
work
shot of winning
that
this
is
thing.
related to
I think it's actually the
having
most
a
crucial
friend when I was
state.
in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather.
Gonna be the
And
new
my
Georgia.
focus then on protecting women and children
No, I
from
think
violent
Georgia's a
crime
lot.
is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the
I think it comes
importance
down
of
to
standing
Wisconsin.
with
I'm
those
saying,
who are
I'm
most
saying, like
vulnerable.
2020,
My work
Pennsylvania's
that
going to be the new
Oh,
Georgia.
yeah,
Social
for
Security
sure.
and
Yeah,
Medicare
yeah, 100%.
is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Oh.
She went out.
Oh, shit.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to
He
let
said, "Does that
criminals
sound
killed people,
familiar?"
that burned
Damn.
down Minneapolis. She went out and raised money to get him out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. They took.
I
when they
just
took
got to
over,
it.
They
Damn.
got rid of
Yeah,
it.
you are
started getting
behind.
rid of it, and the prices were going up.
They go
the
to
roof.
commercial.
They
It
immediately
looks like I'm
let
like
these guys
20
go
seconds behind.
to where they were.
Damn,
I
he just
would have
cooked
been
her
5
ass.
times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400,
President
500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful
56
transfer
days.
of power, which,
Damn.
of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate
a mob to the
our
nation's capital.
On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, The former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our
This has already
democracy
been
because
debunked.
you don't like the outcome.
Yep.
And be clear.
This has
on that
already been
point.
debunked.
Donald
They
Trump,
literally
the
said
candidate, has
he
said in this
condemns those
election there
people.
will be a bloodbath.
This
If
has literally
this
been
and the
debunked a
outcome of
billion
this
times.
election is not to his liking.
All right, chat, we gotta look this up.
Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course
Fine
for
people.
the
Yeah,
future.
that's right. Brad, do that
and
research.
not go
Both
backwards to the past.
sides.
Let me just follow up here.
debunked.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That
There
was
it
where
is.
bloodbath was. Also, on
There you go,
Charlottesville,
chat.
that story has been, as you would
Left
say,
wing
debunked.
fact checker admits Trump
Laura
never
Ingraham,
called Charlottesville
Sean
neo-Nazis
Hannity,
very fine
Jesse,
people.
all of these
Right there.
people, they
Right
covered
there.
it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper.
Yep,
but
he
they
already
still
mentioned the
bring it up, just
debunking.
like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern
Why does she
border? How
keep
come she's
saying-
not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do.
She's
and I would
literally
be
in
very
office
proud
right
to
now.
do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say,
Oh,
come on,
God.
come on down to the office. Let's
4
sign a bill.
p.m.?
If he signs a
What?
bill that the border
Wait
is
till you get
closed,
to
all
it.
he has
He
to do is
basically
say
said,
it to
get
the
Joe
Border
Biden up out of
Patrol,
bed
who
so
are
he can sign the
phenomenal.
bill.
If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people,
I wanna-
unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically. You
But
know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they
Yeah,
should have sent it back to
I
the
mean, he literally
legislatures
did it
for
without
approval.
Congress's
I got almost
approval.
75
Yep.
million
And he
votes,
closed
the
the
most
border.
votes any
They
sitting
don't-
president
they don't
has
need it.
ever
It's
gotten.
been
I was
Peter.
told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican.
judge looked at it.
And said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
He's
So
like
let's
yelling.
be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders.
They're laughing at Donald Trump. They must be
and they say you're
giggling
a
to
disgrace.
fucking Biden.
And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him.
Took a
China was
picture
afraid,
of
and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just
Kamala
quoting
Harris
him.
like pondering
China was afraid of him.
at Donald
North
Trump.
Korea was afraid
And
of him.
Robert Griffin
Look at
III
what's going
said,
on with North
caption
Korea,
this,
by
and
the way.
Antonio Brown
He
said, if
Russia
I blow
was
him,
afraid
will I
of him.
win?
I ended the Nord Stream
guy.
2 pipeline, and
I'm about to
Biden
send
put
it
it
to
back
you.
on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. because it is also true, far too many
But why
innocent
not get to the
Palestinians have been
solution?
killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart
But she
a course
hasn't
for a
had
two-state
any
solution.
progress on this.
And in that solution,
For the
there
past
must
9
be
months?
security for
It's
the
almost been a
Israeli
year.
people and Israel.
Yeah,
and
she just said
in
October
equal measure
7th,
for the
but then she said 9
Palestinians.
months.
But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the
He's still on
ability to
Biden
defend
time.
itself, in
When he
particular
was
as it
running.
relates to
Right.
Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies
It's been 11
pose to
months and
Israel.
change.
But we must have
And
a
they just
two-state solution
assassinated
where we
6
can
hostages,
rebuild Gaza,
including in
where the
America.
Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I
He's
were
obviously not
president,
gonna give
it
the
would have
answer to
never
that.
started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She
These
hates
sorority
Israel.
girls, man,
If she's
got the
president,
priorities mixed
I
up.
believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had.
That's true.
Iran
When
had
he was
no
in the
money
United States,
for
she didn't even
Hamas
visit
or
him.
Hezbollah or any of the
He had to
28
go down
different,
to Florida to meet with
spheres
Trump.
of terror.
Because Biden
And they
and
are
her
spheres of terror,
they
horrible
were
terror.
both
They
of them
had
were
no
at the
money.
White House.
It was a big story,
Yep.
and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries
Look what I just
sending
sent to you
people
guys on
into our country.
Twitter.
Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it. because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
And we're getting an ad break? Come on now. How do you think it's going so far, Brad? Who do you think it's performing better out of these two?
Honestly, I'd probably give the edge 55 Kamala. And the only reason why I say that is because Trump's debating 3 people right now. Like, they fact-checked him twice, but haven't fact-checked her at all.
Right.
And there's been multiple scenarios in which, I mean, they should have came out and said the fine people on both sides was debunked. Like, that's an easy one.
Yep. I was going to say, too, I believe Harris here has the edge.
I think she's doing a better job derailing on the bad topics for her. And he's, instead of derailing and putting it back on her, he's going off on a tangent that just makes it worse.
Yeah.
Like, the whole thing about January 6th and, like, do you regret anything? Then he started talking about, like, Minneapolis. And that's right. Like, during 2020, we saw riots all the time. But he needs to come out and say, the people that committed crimes and vandalized the Capitol were wrong. That's all he has to say.
Yep. I agree.
Iran always had money since Obama administration. Yeah, but it was locked up in a Qatarian bank account. They couldn't access it.
How did that work? How did they have their account locked?
Because the United States used Qatar as a mediary. Like, they agreed upon it because Qatar is Arab and they're in close, like, relations to Iran. So Iran agreed to it. But the agreement was with Qatar. It was like a three-way trade. If Qatar was able to respect the United States rules, they wouldn't get sanctioned. But once
so
Trump
they just
went
did
to
it.
office,
They just did it out of.
He froze the money. That's
They
what
just
happened.
did it out of fear. Then you're telling me the U.S. basically bullied Qatar to not give Iran the money.
100%.
Okay.
So here's in 2023. Qatar confirms $6 billion in unfrozen Iranian funds transferred to Doha, triggering U.S.-Iranian prisoner swap. They literally handed over $6 billion.
Billions and billions of dollars.
Just for 5 people. Now, I know American lives are critical, but I've always been told by the United States and Defense Department that we don't negotiate with terrorists.
Yep.
And
we don't.
Like, if you look at, like, the Brittany Griner situation, Brittany Griner literally was in prison for, like, a year because she was in Russia when the invasion started, and then she got arrested because she had a weed pen. Like, I would have threw that shit away and tried to get out of the country as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Like, if she didn't throw that shit away, she would be in the United States, no problem. Instead, Russia used her as a political pawn, and to get her out, we had to give up a weapons dealer who's known as the
Harbinger?
Warlord of Death or something like that.
Yeah, I think the Harbinger of Death.
Yeah. And we left a Marine there. Like, they left a Marine, and he's still in prison. Look at Paul Whelan. He's still there. Turn your audio is so mixed. I wonder why.
Yeah, I don't know if Alex is talking about in relation to, like, hearing my stream and hearing yours at the same time.
Okay.
There's always gonna be a delay on one.
Yeah.
That's why you just gotta hop in the Discord, Alex.
See if I can refresh to get it live.
Oh, I think he's just talking about the audio from the stream. I just have mine paused. I have mine paused right now.
Would have ran to the closest embassy if I were. See, even Trev's smarter than this bitch.
Would that have worked though? If she ran to the closest
because
embassy?
every embassy is like that country's soil. So like the U.S. embassy in Moscow's U.S. soil. The problem with that is like, how the fuck are you gonna leave the embassy? Are you just gonna sit there? Flag. I don't like this.
He said Brad's trying to debate for Trump. Trump 2024, Alex. Trump 2024.
Yeah, man. This shit's scary. What's going on in the world? These wars, the economy, the interest rates at like near 7%. Now it's supposed to go down like the next quarter point. But
I hope so, man. These interest rates are just crazy.
Like the economy's gotten so bad that they have to start reducing the interest rates. Like that's why they're doing it.
Trump said, "Stay there for years until they forget about me." I don't think they forget about you.
Oh God, it's that AI education right there.
Yeah, that shit. You should hide that shit. You're making AI look like Scrum City. Yeah. Are we back? Are we live?
This thing done. Then we are.
Yeah, we're live.
Operation. Is this our combat operations?
See that it's in America's best interest. Conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy.
When I said
I'm back in
either
it.
you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me.
They
don't
respect your
Biden.
president,
How
my
would you
boy.
respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be
We've
settled.
given
I will
Ukraine
get
like
it settled before I
250
even
billion,
become
but
president.
when
If I win,
Hawaii
when
burned
I'm
to the
president-elect,
crisp,
and what
we
I'll
gave
do
each
is I'll
household
speak to one, I'll
$700.
speak to the other, I'll
Yep.
get them together.
Think about that.
That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president?
That is true. I haven't heard anything on Biden since his withdrawal.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question,
he's been at Rehoboth this entire time.
Best interests
Oh, really?
for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished.
No, I think he's going to New York now.
Negotiate a deal, because
But
we
he
have
was
to
at
stop all
Europe.
of these human
Always
lives
gives money that's a lie.
from being
It's just,
destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President
it's the
Harris. I want to
amount.
get your
Like, why is the United
thoughts
States
on,
giving a
support
lot
for Ukraine
more
in this
when the
moment,
wars
but
in
also,
Europe?
as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir
Like,
Putin?
we're
and would it be any
bankrolling an
different from what we're
entire
seeing from President Biden?
war at the expense
first of all,
us.
it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity.
He tried to make that a
And I met with
one-liner,
President
and it
Zelensky.
just
I
died.
shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support,
we shouldn't give money to either of them. How about giving it to the people? It doesn't make sense.
The artillery,
they're never going to do that.
The Abrams
they're never going to do that
have provided,
because bureaucrats. It doesn't benefit the bureaucrats.
No benefits of helping their own.
Putin would be sitting in Kyiv.
That's why Trump was a big middle finger to them.
And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer
But you're right,
president,
Trev. We shouldn't give any of this
and
money.
that
We're literally
understand the importance of the greatest military
I don't
alliance
think
the world
people
has ever known,
realize,
which is NATO.
Like, this
and
shit
what we have done to preserve
getting
the ability
insane.
of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their
This
independence.
shit's getting insane.
Otherwise, Putin
And
would
it
be
goes
sitting
up
in
$1 trillion
Kyiv with his
every
eyes on the
100
rest
days.
of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the
Like, this is
800,000 Polish
each
Americans
taxpayer.
right here
So
in
this is me and you,
Pennsylvania
Trev.
how quickly you
They've
would give up
borrowed
for the sake of
$270,000
favor
against us.
and what you think
Israel's
is a
doing a
friendship
genocide.
with what
Yeah.
is known to be a
Like,
dictator who
Israel's
would eat
bombing
you for lunch.
indiscriminately because Hamas is literally
Vice
hiding
President
among.
Harris,
They're
thank you.
being
We've heard from
bastards.
both of you on Ukraine
hiding
tonight.
and
Afghanistan
cowards,
came up in the
hiding
last
among
hour.
their public.
I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow.
A war
and he
crime to
wouldn't have
hide
lost
among
300,000 men and women. But he would have been sitting in
people.
Moscow.
They're using
quietly.
civilians as cover.
He would have been sitting in
So
Moscow.
like Israel, who's
much
been
happier
fighting them
than
for
he is right
60
now.
years, says F it.
But eventually,
we're
you know,
going
he's
in.
got a thing that other
No, I've
people
seen
don't
like
have. He's got nuclear
30,000
weapons. They don't
people
ever
have
talk
died
about that. He's got nuclear
in a year.
weapons. Nobody ever thinks
That's
about
unnecessary.
that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible
association.
negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban. Because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul.
Damn,
and for 18
I remember
months,
this.
we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement.
He interpreted it correctly.
It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
Here it is.
I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less.
Bam.
Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
She was about to call him out by his name, and that's what she paused.
I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
Let's see what she says.
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was a land. He owned land. He owned buildings. And he was investigated because he refused
She's
to
losing me.
rent
Stay with me
property
now.
to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up, Lindsay.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can
Bring
do.
in the youth, the
instead of
energy,
always
the
disparaging
boom shakalaka.
the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay,
that's
you, Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
No,
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to respond
No,
to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said,
True.
that if we come up with something,
It's not the
and we
greatest
are
thing out in
working
the
on
world.
things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still
don't have a
never going to
plan.
be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different
I mean, how
plans.
do you
If
fix
we
it?
can
How,
come up
how
with
do
a
you,
plan
how
that's
do you
gonna
fix
cost
Obamacare?
Our people, our population,
You gotta create-
less money and be
'cause
better
really,
health care than Obamacare, then I would
insurance
absolutely
is
do it.
almost like a
But until
duopoly.
then,
You
I'd
can only
run
do
it as
like
good
two
as it can be
insurances.
run.
You got to make
So, just yes or no,
competition.
you still do not
Otherwise,
have a plan.
insurance companies
I
are going
have
to buy
concepts
out
of a plan.
all the
Right.
smaller
I'm
ones,
not president
and
right
it's going to
now.
be unaffordable
But
at some
if
point. Like it's ridiculous.
we
Like when
come
you
up
have a
with something,
kid,
I would only
it costs
change it if we come up
thousands of
with
dollars
something
at
that's better
hospitals.
and less
Like
expensive.
that's why we need
And there
to
are
have
concepts
more
and
hospitals
options
to create
we have
competition.
to do
Like
that.
Christiana
And
Care,
you'll
I
be
don't know if
hearing
you
about
noticed,
it in the not
has
too
taken
distant
up like
future.
all
Vice
of
President
Delaware.
Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders'
Every
proposal
single
to do away
doctor's
with private
office and
insurance
place
and
you go
create a
to,
government-run healthcare
universal
system.
healthcare is a better
2 years
plan
later, you
than
proposed a plan
Obamacare.
that included a
I
private
don't think so.
insurance option.
We
What is your
can't
plan
do
today?
universal health care
Well, first
because
of all, I
we have
absolutely
universal
support
military
and over
care.
the last 4 years as
That's what
vice
we have right
president,
now. We
private
spend
healthcare options. But
$800
what we need to do is
billion a
maintain
year
and grow the Affordable
to
Care Act. But I'll get to that,
provide
Lindsay. I just
security
need to
to the
respond
world.
to a previous point that
That's
the
why we
former
can't have
president has
universal
made.
healthcare.
I've made
And we
very
have too
clear
many
my
people.
position on fracking. And then this
330
business
million
about
is too many
taking
people to
everyone's
have
guns
healthcare.
away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60
She literally
times
rose her hand
he
when
tried
in
to get rid of the
2020
Affordable Care Act.
and said,
60
would you-
times. I was a senator at the time when I
Would
will
you,
never forget the early morning
disband a
hours
private
when
insurance?
it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged.
Maul is a gun
as
owner? Is she
being-
packing?
You don't like him, you said at the time, because he
It
got
makes sense,
caught.
right?
He
Wasn't
was
she
an
part of
American
the,
hero. The late great
the
John
law
McCain,
enforcement
I will
team or
never
something like
forget
that?
night.
was
Walked
Attorney
onto the
General.
Senate floor and said, "No,
Close
you
enough.
don't.
She was a
No,
she
you
was a
don't.
defense,
No,
or
you
not a
don't
defense
get rid
attorney,
of the
prosecutor.
Affordable Care Act. You have no plan." And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight.
I
You
know
remember
Meghan
what that was
McCain.
like?
She about to start
Remember when
blasting.
an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be
I do agree
to
with that.
strengthen the
I feel like
Affordable
everyone should
Care
have
Act,
some form of
not
health
get
care.
rid of it.
Vice
Past is
President
prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's
critical.
important for a
She
lot
made
of
a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans.
6
in
months for an
particular
issue
younger
you
voters,
need
and that's
immediately.
Climate change. President Trump, with regard to the
climate
environment,
change.
you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President
There we
Harris,
go.
you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost
can't count
10,000
losses
manufacturing
of
jobs
jobs
this
in the
last month.
economy. I'm sick and
It's
tired of
going,
that
they're
bullshit.
all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night. This ABC
Got
News
some corruption going on for sure.
From Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
No one wants a Chinese car. They're terrible. I don't know if you've ever seen the ones recently, Trev, but they got some gadgets, and I mean like some insane ones.
Yeah, they're on the come up.
Yeah.
That's why we got Japan leading the sales in the U.S.
I actually just bought a stock called Li Auto or Li Auto from China because their revenue is just going through the roof. Not stock advice, by the way.
Why
Not stock
Auto?
advice.
Damn, Brad, if I lose money, I'm suing you. You said why?
Like
Li
19
Auto?
LI is the ticker. It's like
Li
$19.50
Auto.
a share.
Yeah. Never heard of them. They're on their all-time low, though.
Yeah, I bought it because their estimations were a little too high, the analysts, and they were a little light, but they're still growing at like 25%. If you look like 6 months ago, their price was at $40.
I'll tell you this, Brad. Never, ever invest in an automotive company. They are bound to flathead or drop. There will be no growth.
Look at Tesla. What do you mean?
Look at Ford.
I mean, Ford, they've reduced the stock to nothing. There's so much outstanding stock that it's like $10 a share.
Yeah.
Look at this shit.
I'm looking at it right now.
$10 a share.
1032.
That's insane.
It was 262 1984. Like what? We haven't seen its all-time high since March of 1999.
Yeah. Well, that was the .com bubble.
Yeah, but still.
Look at Cisco. Look up ticker CSCO. That stock finally recovered after all these years. Here, look. You watching my Twitch?
That's been recovered.
Nah,
I am looking at your Twitch. Oh wait, hold on, but I got an ad.
Look at this. Let me know when you're here.
Oh wait, what the fuck? Oh, never mind. I thought I got an ad. You were just watching an ad.
Look
Yeah.
at this run up. It went up this much. So this is called the .com bubble. In 1999 and 2000, it got up to what was it? $74.
Yup.
It's never recovered. Since 1999 and 2001, it's never recovered.
Nobody's recovered. Hence the .com bubble.
Well, I mean, a lot of companies recovered, like Apple. Like Apple stock, and I mean, their stock was like 37 cents. Boy, if we had that stock, we'd be gazillionaires.
It's too easy. It's too easy, Brad.
Too
Gotta
easy.
keep the money, throw it in, save it in there. Damn, closing remarks. Damn, this is a 2-hour debate? I thought this was supposed to be an hour. I didn't think that was enough time. What Nina want?
No. Something's wrong with Blue. We're back. What up? I'm coming.
He said, my company uses Cisco. Well, Trev, your company is cooking. Now it's just us, Trev. Now it's literally just us. Long hail the hailers. Throw it up, throw it up. That's how we bought out. Throw it up, throw it up. Watch it all fall out. Throw it up, throw it up. That's how we ball out. Throw it up, throw it up. That's how we fall out. I still got more money. I still got more money. We still got more money. She be on it, honey. Oh, I see his signs. See his dollar signs. Hey, we finally hit 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. That's some crazy statistic goes right there.
You need to listen.
What she eat?
Oh.
What she eat, Brad?
Chocolate.
Oh, that's fine. She's chilling.
Yeah, she had one junior mint.
Yeah, she's chilling. Too big to die to a little chocolate mint.
Focused on the past.
Well,
And
we're
an
back.
attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back.
We're not going
and
back.
I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military, and ensuring
Trevor's
we
right.
have the most
This
lethal fighting force in the
this
world.
debate was basically a
I
big
will be
Q&A.
a president that will protect our fundamental
No policy
rights and freedoms, including
addresses.
the right of a
They
woman
keep
to
saying they
make
got a
decisions
plan, they got a
about
plan,
her
but they don't got a
own
plan.
body and not have her government tell her what to
I was
do.
a little worried about
I'll
that
tell
game
you,
the other day.
I started my career as a prosecutor.
Yeah,
I was
they
the
had me a
DA,
little
I was an
scared, but
attorney
we ended
general,
up with the
a
dub.
United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus
He also
on
was
what we can do
sucking
over the next
William
10
Brown's
and 20
dick.
years to
the hell
build
is that?
back up our country by investing right
Willie
now
Brown, that's how
in
she
you,
got into
the American
politics.
people.
I know.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
Trump, what are you going to say?
So she just started
Closing
by saying
remarks.
she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful
There
things.
they are. This is
Why
them dating.
hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years.
There it
They've had
is.
3.5
That's the question.
years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years
I'll be
to
right there.
create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave
Where
right
are the
now, go
promises?
down to that beautiful White House.
Why are
go
they
to
not
the
happening right
Capitol,
now?
get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
Well, well, well. That was the debate, Brad. I was expecting more content. I was expecting some back and forths. But I ain't get shit.
Damn, those moderators in question sucked dick.
Oh, God. I'll be right back. Oh, I gotta take a piss.
That shit sucked dick.
Stop. 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 Blue. Blue, stop. 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 Get down.
Damn. Shit was sad.
Blue.
All right, Brad, what'd you think?
I think he was too much on the defensive, and he should. But I think he was forced to, because just based on the questions.
Yep.
But that's my honest thought. I think it was too one-sided. They fact-check him and not her on very big issues that should have been. And all of the questions were slanted really towards his I would say his, not just his policies, but actions. And they asked, like, we have the highest inflation since the 70s. They've had to deplete our entire strategic reserves for oil because they botched that. They shut down an oil pipeline in the United States that would have created millions of jobs and dropped the price of gasoline, but then
Which
approved...
oil pipeline was that?
What?
Which pipeline was that?
The Keystone Pipeline.
Where's that one? Well, I guess where was it supposed to be?
So I think it was supposed to go from Canada all the way down to Texas.
Oh.
Yeah, Keystone Pipeline. It was supposed to go from like the middle of Canada, from Houston and Port Arthur, which I'm sure just an oil port.
Looks like Alberta, Canada.
Yeah. They killed this.
Why'd they kill it?
Because they made the promise about climate change in 2020, but then they allowed this.
But then they allowed fracking?
Yeah. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline they allowed, which is literally from Russia to Germany. But they kill the thing. They kill the pipeline that would create millions of jobs and cheaper gas prices. But then they allow this pipeline, which goes from Russia to Germany. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Maybe it not making sense is what makes sense. It makes sense to them. Yeah, I will agree that it looked like it was on the defensive side for Trump. And Kamala had the edge.
Defensive.
Kamala had the edge.
Mean, they're the incumbent. There's so much to talk about.
Yeah.
Interest rates have gone up at the same time housing prices have gone up. That doesn't make any sense. When interest rates go up, prices are supposed to go down. There's a problem there. They've ran us into an oblivion of debt. They're funding 2 wars with no resolution of getting done. They've said they have a ceasefire for the last year. They're clearly lying. And people are dying on both sides. There's Israelis dying and thousands of Palestinians dying.
Yep.
Ukraine's a mess. In fact, there was a peace deal that Russia said will not, and it was agreed to by Zelensky. They said if you don't go into NATO, we won't invade. And he agreed. But then they sent Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of
England,
Great
right?
Britain,
Yep.
yeah, to go speak to
Zelensky
and said, we'll back you in this war and we'll get you into NATO. We'll provide you protection. They're funding a war.
Another mistake, Brad.
By me?
No, by them.
Oh, I mean, their entire administration's been mistake after mistake. The student loans, they bribed millions of young people by saying we're gonna dissolve your student loans. Debt doesn't just go away. It's literally just transferred to someone else.
Exactly. It's gonna get transferred to somebody else.
And what's gonna end up happening is, like, I paid off my debt, but they're just gonna keep adding debt to the U.S. debt.
Yep.
And at some point, you're either going to have to increase taxes or decrease spending, or both, really. And when we're like 60 years old looking at retirement, shit's going to be so much more expensive.
We shouldn't even be
There's
looking
no
at retirement at
promise
this
of
point,
Social
Brad.
Security.
We got nothing.
There's no guarantee of Social Security. It's gotten to the point where this is one of the biggest things with incumbents. Are Americans better off now than you were 4 years ago?
No.
And another question is, right. And another question is there more certainty now, or is it more unknown? And as far as I'm concerned,
I think it's okay.
As far as I'm concerned, they inherited a pandemic, but so did Trump. I can't knock both of them for it.
Yep.
They both inherited a bad economy, but to say that's his economy is ridiculous. It was a worldwide pandemic. Every country was struggling. In fact, we were the best of all of them. But you had 50% of the country owned by Democratic governors that kept the place locked down. They kept teachers, they kept kids at home and didn't want to send teachers back to work to stall the economy to make the numbers look bad. When you had Florida, you had Texas, you had the entire South show the pathway to go back to school. And there was little to no issues in Florida in 2021.
2021.
But we didn't see places like Chicago or Philadelphia. Like these kids, and I feel bad for the kids the most, these kids are absolutely fucked. They're behind in testing scores. They're behind in reading. They're going to be more illiterate than any other generation ever.
They said the same thing about us.
They said the same thing about us, but it's just getting worse.
I think
the next generation's supposed to be better. It's supposed to be brighter.
I think that's why AI was created, because they know the inevitable.
That's exactly why AI was created.
I think at this point they're hoping AI takes over, and they just are capable enough to control the AI.
100%. 100%. You're not going to drive your car anymore. You're not going to choose things when it comes to insurance. They're going to make it... Some people are not going to have jobs. It's going to be UBI, Universal Basic Income, which is a huge mistake. And...
Isn't that socialism right there?
Yes. 100%.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough year for all these kids. I'll tell you that right now, Brad. And not anything like we've seen. All right, I did my 3 quests for Tom and Jury.
All right, I'm gonna stop streaming. All right, folks. Thanks for tuning in tonight.
This man said, "All right, folks."
You'll probably see us on Valorant or myself on League or Overwatch.
Bro, you gotta stop playing that goddamn League, bro.
We're versatile. We're not like Dr. Disrespect that can only play 3 games and win at 3 games. We win at everything.
That's exactly what that's you, Brad, right now.
We're the best moderators there are in the country.
This bull.
Follow the channel. Follow Han Solo. Best co-moderator there is.
About to start gripping it.
And we'll see you tomorrow night. Peace. Oh my god. We really gotta start a stream.
You just ended it. What?
We really gotta start a podcast.
What I'm saying, Brad. Imagine a podcast where we're just roasting the shit out of Alex.
Oh my god.
That would do numbers. They'd be like, why y'all making fun of the Make-A-Wish Foundation?
Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
Alright. Deal damage in free-for-all, play PvP. J-Tivity. Alright. Alright, Mr. J-Tivity. Why aren't you in comp? Why are you in here? See how many wins you got. 1773, 1739. I had more, right? I have 40 more wins in this bull.
My father didn't back down. Neither will I.
What?
What do we say to the many-faced god?
Yeah. Oh shit, I'm blood. Are you getting off or are we playing?
I'm doing my dailies for multiverses, but I'm popping on with Evan. About to run some mythics.
Oh, okay.
Not today.
Alright, guess we can run back tomorrow. I don't think I got anything tomorrow.
Come on, fishy, fishy.
Alright, routine. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Are you
All right,
streaming?
Brad. Yeah, I'm streaming right now.
Alright, I'll watch your mythics. See you, man.
See ya. God damn! I need that rematch. I need that rematch, bruh.
For this fight.
Is he doing it? Hey, he did it. Treehouse ain't a bad map. She about to get litty titty. Litty titty, litty titty. I have no idea.
Every hurt is a lesson, and every lesson makes you better. I've come for you. I'll end you with a chicken bone if I have to. Take that! A useless effort. You're hopeless. The North never forgets.
Okay, okay.
For the North.
GG. I'll give you a rematch, J-Tivity. I'll give you a rematch. Nah, this guy's not bad.
Oh, this is gonna be good!
Winter is coming. Quick now.
It's like a little too long for my liking.
I'll end you with a chicken bone if I have to.
I'm getting too greedy.
Quick now.
Okay, okay.
Our stories aren't over yet.
GG, baby. Best out of 3. When do these refresh? You don't even know. It is time.
1 second.
I'll go try. NT.
Shit, that guy's loud.
I don't know. I think just you.
I wonder if I make a chat.
Alright.
Is Mr. E. Hanky in the building?
I'm here.
They flash mid.
I'm just hiding sandbags.
They're being quiet wherever they are. It's bomb.
What task can I perform
Oops.
for you?
No, we can still see it.
May your path be free
Oh,
of
son of a bitch. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Hey, man. We all have our games. Yours was the last one. 8 more dubs. I gotta say, the one time on T side when I just pop, clicked both of their heads was so satisfying. I saw both of them at the same time and I was like, yep, boom, boom. I think we're focused on you. Are these the only maps we can do it on? Damn. Alright, Inferno.
I have an extended
This is fun,
supply
man.
of goods for Outlanders.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Return and peruse my
Elite Conquest Quartermaster. Interesting.
I wonder how this one. I wonder what site this one's gonna be.
I was just about to ask, should we swap discs?
Yeah, I don't want to be obnoxious to him.
Mistweaver, GG's.
I guess we just try to sheep.
I will sheep DK. I think we just focus, I'm gonna freeze DK and then I'm gonna sheep.
Dude, I've gotten so much honor tonight.
Yeah, dude, I'm already max gear almost on honor. All that's left is just to upgrade them.
I don't know if it's worth it to upgrade them, just
No,
because
it's definitely not.
I just did it and I'm kind of regretting it.
Because I think you need honor to upgrade the conquest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna freeze this guy. Froze both, actually. Volleying him. Now we just kill healer. Kill healer. Oh no. Damn, we just can't out damage that healer. Here, I think.
Yeah, they're both dead.
Now I'm wondering if we just fully focus the DPS. I don't know if the healer could out heal us.
Mistweaver.
Help! Help!
Help!
Help!
Extended supply
Shoot again.
for Outlanders.
There we go.
Battle for Azorth. Hate this map. Fury Warrior. Alright, we just go to one of them reflector shells. And America will be great again.
What were Brad's thoughts, dude?
We actually thought it would have been more entertaining like the last one, but this one was kind of just like Q&A traditional style. But Brad thought Kamala had the edge just because the questions they were asking were more targeted towards Trump, so he had to play like the defensive for the most part.
Of your weapons will be heard by the great Loa, and the fallen will join them in the afterlife.
Damn, BFF was such a good expansion.
It was. I tried to mop. Looked back on mop. That's good PvP. BFA was good.
Oh.
I'm just dead.
Grant him an honorable death.
Nice to know that marksman hunters are just fucking disgusting.
We're pumping, dude. Nice. I froze myself. Run, just run, just run. I think we win this
you're
so
so
far.
right. I think I'm dead though. Oh. What did I die to?
Grant him an honorable death.
Fuck, dude. I misplaced my blink.
Hundreds.
Damn, was that a marksman?
Mm-hmm. That's what's been tormenting me in those RPGs. Just one-shot everybody.
A marked shot, or study shot, or aim shot, whatever it's called. Oh god, dude, the restos. Do I drop glass cannon? It's not even here anymore. They took away mass spell steal.
L.
Wow.
L. I guess I don't play Snowdrift.
I say we try to LOS the druid from each other. We just fight the pharaoh. It's gonna be, I don't even think we can poly the guy because the guy's just gonna have that Trent form thing or whatever. Unpolyable.
I'm out of range.
Alright, G-Pie in this whore. G-Pie in this whore.
Wait, I'm confused. He didn't get stunned at all by me?
Poly. Pumping. Pumping. Stunned.
He's locked, by the way.
I ice blocked.
Is Feral just immune to stuns or what?
We can't even poly.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I've used 3 Frost Novas on him, he doesn't get frozen.
G-Pie coming in hot.
They fucking G-Pie is broken now. It doesn't work.
Fuck.
It's a damn cold night. Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris. That's over.
Aw, damn, we just lost the election. I mean, who else should endorse? I feel like it goes against their whole brand to endorse Trump. On my way. Jesus Christ, this druid.
Friends, we gather today to see which these bandits, these goons, these ne'er-do-wells have the right to call themselves true Coulterans. Only the last one standing will have earned that honor. And it's likely won't be.
Are people ever going to use this ready up button?
Wonder if it's even like working properly.
This is a night for Coulterans!
Biscuit.
Tornado.
Ice blocked, shattering throw coming in hot. Fuck.
And noses will litter the floors today.
Why does he just have fucking 10 million leaps, dude?
They really just can't beat a healer. These guys must be fully geared though.
Ears and noses will litter the floors today.
Take me by the hand.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
This will be the one.
Famous last words. Oh, 3 out of 4, 3 out of 4, 3 out of 4. Oh. Oh, 3 out of 4, 3 out of 4.
Mortals, I present a lucrative opportunity for those who prove themselves worthy of the task. Many in the cartel are wagering on who are the greater combatants. Care to influence the outcome?
The Enigma Crucible.
Do not let the cartel down.
It might be our best shot right here. We go to that. Oh wait, one's a priest though. Never mind. I don't think he's a healer though. Shadow Priest. Gotta freeze him up. Gotta freeze him up. Ooh, we're cooking. Pumping. Huge numbers. Nice.
Get out if you can.
Don't worry about me, young blood. I'm staying pumping.
My directive is to serve you.
What is this? Oh.
Return and peruse my inventory again.
Yeah, first thing I'm upgrading is this weapon.
My directive has been...
Have you gotten a single piece of conquest gear yet?
No. I only have 216.
Oh, okay, I got 252.
How do we go here?
It's a Destro. I think Marksman. Marksman until he turtles. I'm gonna save my combust. I think you should pump first. I'll save my combust until after his turtle.
Sheep Warlock.
Yeah, Sheep Warlock. Sheep and Warlock.
I just broke it on accident. But we're pumping. Turtle. Keeping.
I blocked. I still got my combust. I'm healing. 3 seconds.
Oh, I'm dead. I fucked that up. Really bad. That's my fault.
Hey. All good, all
yeah,
good.
my when you sheeped him, my ice lance attacked the hunter, and the ice lance went to the other dude.
Oh, because it was too close? I gotcha.
Yeah. It was kinda on DR though.
Prices to be reasonable.
Ugh.
Now this is my donjon.
I think we can win this. I think go what do you think?
I'm feeling druid since we can't really do anything CC wise to a balanced druid. We can't poly him. We can poly the monk. Let me go for the freeze here. Nice. Volleying him. Druid came out, combusted everything on him.
I'm dead.
Damn, I can't even ice block.
I got one more and then I gotta go bed.
Got it. Do.
Are we just that undergeared? Keith, press it again.
You get it?
Yeah. See if I can upgrade my weapon real quick.
My directive is to serve
can.
you. I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
We'll lose this one. We're retiring the double mage. The only answer. Skill enhance.
Alright.
Why do all shamans have play on word shaman names?
Shamaniac.
Something I've noticed. Yeah. Oh, he just walks out. That's wonderful. Walk this way if you can.
Am I lagging?
I am as well.
Wait, this is bad though.
Yeah, this is server side.
Nice.
The double frost mages. Dream is alive.
I didn't even know the other guy died. I thought he was still kicking.
No, that lag was fucking crazy though. I put down my frost, my ring of frost, and it looked like he was like on the other side of the pillar, and then all of a sudden he like glitched back into it.
Yeah, I casted my ring of fire and nothing was happening for like a solid 2 seconds. I was like, what? Alrighty, good sir. GG's, GG's.
Damn, dude, you're done? That's crazy.
Bedtime calls. Or do you want to do one more?
Let's do one more.
Alrighty.
But
if we win, we keep going. I gotcha, I gotcha, I
yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah. Give me one
I
second
have
though.
calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
I just realized I don't have full honor gear. Trolling.
It's all good. I would literally just save the honor for the upgrades.
My thanks for your
Think?
Just upgrade it for the conquest. Conquest gear.
You don't use it to upgrade anymore.
Oh, it's conquest to upgrade conquest gear?
directive is to serve
Yeah.
you.
Oh.
No. It's like a whole different thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Return.
What's the different thing now?
It's called Valor coins and
I have calibrated my
Harbinger crests.
Valor stones. Oh shit. Damn.
If you go over and like try to upgrade right now.
Yeah, I just saw it. Valor stones for honor gear at least. Damn.
I have an extended supply of
All right,
goods
well, what do I
for
gotta buy now?
Outlanders.
Did you check out Solo Shuffle last season?
No, I didn't play last season.
Pretty fun. It's probably the best way to get gear.
Okay. Is that?
We lose this.
Yeah. Is that Solo Shuffle the thing where it like solo queues you and it's like a 1v1v1?
Yeah. Well, it's not 1v1v1, but it's like you're in a 3v3, and you just like
I guess a
keep
3v3v3.
playing. Yeah.
I gotcha.
And it keeps switching out your teammates.
I wonder if my mass barrier stacks with your mass barrier.
Don't think it stacks, but you can use them one after the other, like if yours went out.
Gonna Dragon's Breath right here.
Wait, winnable, kill him.
I ice blocked.
Keeping him. Running.
Heal up, heal up, heal up. Eat your cookies, eat your cookies.
I have a pet on me.
I'm healing, I'm healing. Oh yeah. G-Pie coming in.
That's my fault. I should have blocked earlier.
Oh no!
If I blocked earlier, we would have won.
Do. All good.
Alright, brother man.
Alright, GG's, bro. I'll catch you.
Yeah.
It said Solo Shuffle? Is that even on here? Oh, they got Warsong Scramble. I guess it's not the worst. Finish my dailies. Deal damage in free-for-all games.
Oh, this is gonna be good! I'm gonna beat him to the punch. Ooh, and then punch him.
I guess it's time to increase my power level.
All right, hold those fronts still.
Stop! You see those moves?
Do a kick flip. Num num.
Gold 1. Damn, gold 1? I need to get a plat. Pussy got fire. That boy, that pussy got fire.
Oh, this is gonna be good! Tough guy, huh? Not as tough as me, because I'm real tough. Stay and stop! Stretchy powers! Watch your buns! Avast, dude! Yeah, this is flipping serious! Oof, right in the breadbasket. These guys don't compute. I guess it's time to increase my power levels. Got him. Man, not this time.
Well, 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 how the tables have turned. Now we do the ranked 1v1s. Hit down attacks. Win 1v1 PvP games. When did it say the season ends? In a week. No multiverses for a week. I think this carries over though. I think my rank here carries over.
This is gonna be good!
What? Of course he DCs and the DC affects me. Ooh, swiped out this guy though. How close was I to rank? Oh, I didn't even show. Oh my god, I gotta get this rank up. It's 11:59. Oh, see, now I gotta. I already showered. I just gotta brush Rupert's teeth. Okay, it's not too far. We're not too far gone. We're not too far gone yet, chat.
I will warn you, I won't hold back.
I will ensnare you! By the goddess! I'm back, and things will not go the same way again.
All right, I'm trolling.
Here I come! For justice! The time for grace is over. Now is for revenge.
Connectoro. There it is. Not Furest. Not Furest. I guess the triple dynamite is good for the tanks, but aside from that, what else could it really be good for? No, I'm saying, chat. No, I'm saying.
Oh, this is gonna be good!
Fingers crossed you actually present a challenge. The time for grace is over. Now is for revenge.
Said who won the debate? You already know that was your boy. Actually, I think what's her name? Kamala defended herself really well. Given all the shit they were talking about her, I think she did really well. I think she actually won the debate. Just because, and Brad made a good point, Trump was playing the defensive the whole time. He couldn't really go on the offensive. See ya, boy. Oh no! He said, get off this ass game. Watch this W right here. Yeah. And then 1 2 1 2. Come on. Give it to me. You don't want it. You don't want it. You don't want it. I think Brad made a good point. I think Kamala won it because she was more on the offensive as opposed to Trump being on the defensive. That's just how the way it is. Who'd you think won? I feel like they both beat around the bush though. They didn't really answer any questions, which that's what they always do. Bugs Bunny. How many wins does Bull have on Bugs Bunny? 415. Which don't even sound right.
Oh, this is gonna be good!
What kind of movement is that? What? That's bullshit.
It's my lucky rabbit's foot.
There it is, young blood. What?
I'll take a whack at
Easy peasy.
it. We have ourselves a rabbit hater.
Just like that.
You'll regret that.
Well played, Mr. Bugs. Give it to me. Give it to me, I'm worth it.
Time is running out. Let's go!
Give it to me, I'm worth it. Damn, I think he conceded. Rage quit. Oh, he accepted it. I'm boom 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 boom, baby I'm boom 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 boom. Come on up. Da 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 dum, da 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 dum. No 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 no.
Oh, this is gonna be good!
I'll check that real quick.
What's the best part of a joke? The punchline! The fuse is lit! I'm fine. Happens all the time.
Not bad play, not bad play.
Arrivederci. Damn's fighting boy.
Wow.
Later, bub. It's my lucky rabbit's foot.
Not this time!
Oh, I trolled. Alright, time to end it. Can I edit video on YouTube? Go to my YouTube.
Oh, this is gonna be good!
Do 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 do.
Swing, bada bada.
I dodged that, blood. I gotta lock in.
Ain't that a kick in the head? I'll take a whack at it. Take this. Look out below. Okay, Doc. You got me fair and square. Look out below.
That's a red match point!
Alright.
Tom and Jerry and Bugs is a bit much, don't you think?
Not this time!
Damn, I lost that?
Gee, ain't I a stinker?
GG, bro. Damn, I was so close, man. I was like, fuck. I started trolling the second half, but GG's. I said, you nice with it, not gonna lie. I'm trying, man. I play this like once a day just to do my dailies, and then here and there I decide to stick with it for a little bit. But GG's. Oh, I forgot to toast you. GG's, bro. You're killing it as Bugs. And now I get smacked here by Jason. Or not Jason, Black Adam. He said I was shitting bricks. My boy was nervous. I had my boy nervous. Chill, 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 chill. All right, watch me choke this live. Oh, I should have done the other. I always keep doing the wrong perk for this.
Oh, this is gonna be good!
Yeah, I don't know what happened the second round. I think I was trolling a little bit too much. And then I was like, ah, fuck it, I'll be all right. And then I started getting rocked.
I, Mojo Jojo, confess that I enjoy a good corrosive when done respectfully.
Like, what? This is crazy. Like, how does he have this reach? And that hitbox don't even seem accurate at all. What? That's crazy. Oh my god, that's crazy. You thought I was familiar? Shit. Who'd you think I was? Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Oh, shit. This is not good. This is not good at all. I need to lock in. That kick is disgusting. That kick is disgusting. Wow. Wow. This is not looking good. These kicks, man. Oh my god. This is not looking good. That kick! I'm out. Oh, I'm out, man. I'm out. Oh, that was bad. Black Adam is tough. Black Adam is tough. Let me try this. Oh, this is my second time playing. The first time I played you destroyed me. Oh yeah, the samurai is the worst. I don't remember. I'm really good with names. I don't remember usually. I meant to say, like, I'm good with usernames, but I don't remember us facing before. Like, this guy is like... It's like lore accurate hitbox or what? Wow. Locking in, locking in. Oh, oh, oh. Yes, sir. Shazam. There it is. I think my best strat here is to just create distance like this. I don't know what the hell I just did there. Damn. Understandable, understandable, winnable, winnable, winnable. All right, we tied it. We tied it. I need to get this dub. I need to make it a plat. Okay. Porcupine. Porcupine. Da 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 da.
This is gonna be good!
Fuck, man. Oh my god, that was huge. $74 though, 74. Oh my god. Wow. Well played. Well played, my boy. Well played. Well played. Absolutely well played. Oh my god, I almost made it. Well played, Mr. Porcupine. Well fucking played, my dude. Oh my god, you had me on a run for my money. I hate Adams. I hate Black Adams just for the fact of that force field barrier thing. GG's, my boy. GG's. You did amazing. I'm proud of you. Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting to toast, man. I keep forgetting to toast my people. Fuck. Do. All right, chat. I think that's gonna end it for the stream. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, TikTok. We'll be back tomorrow. Probably gonna get on a little earlier, maybe 7 p.m. EST. But thanks for all that's tuned in for the debate, Multiversus World of Warcraft stream. You already know. We'll be back tomorrow, my boys. Take care. Oh, Porcupine followed in a minute ago.